Doing it casually today, boys. Casually.
Hello?
Hello?
Yo.
What's up, dude?
What up?
Just testing out some stream stuff. What are you doing?
Deciding whether or not to make this change really quick on production site. Didn't break anything, but on everything else, but you know, who knows? Who knows? I don't know.
Nobody knows.
CPE SRS might know in about 40 seconds.
Okay, cool. So this all works. Everything works. So now we start a new...
Playing Fire Red?
Yeah. Reset. I had to walk Nick through all of the randomizer stuff yesterday, so I put all of the tools that you can use to edit your ROM in that, so that you can better play the game.
Like trade and stuff?
Yeah, so it's not necessarily trading. So in the randomizer, are you on your home computer at all? I guess you must be.
No, I'm on phone.
Okay. In the chat, there's a link to a randomizer. If you open the randomizer, it will have like settings, and I can walk you through the settings that you need to check off for everything to be copacetic. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Or I'll just at least like explain them to you. You're at work right now? Like at the office?
No, I'm in the... I have my work stuff, like, the other side of the wall, so I'm not tempted.
Hello, too. So you're not tempted, is that just
Yeah.
tempt yourself?
See if my CR got approved.
I'm streaming, Tim. You want to click on my stream?
CR status approved. Get fucked, everyone.
Oh,
.NET 6, bye bye.
.NET 6, bye bye.
I called out sick today because I got like 0 sleep this weekend.
Dude,
Tell
slept all
me,
day.
yeah, tell me why I still got a bunch of text messages from the government when I'm like, I'm not even supposed to, like, I'm not in today. But go ahead, keep asking me questions. Alright, let's talk to...
Yeah, what does Mike need MC squared for? Tim, you know?
Michael Johnson?
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Probably just do his job for him. Squirtle's the last one, right?
Well, he was like, do you happen to know who the backup lead for MC2 is? And I'm like, I don't think they have one at the moment. But I told him, like, Matt and Zach are there. They should know everything.
I straight up have no clue. Like, nothing he said on the call was anything for MC squared. And I don't know what tickets he has.
So Alexis told me that, let me see.
Oh, would she say if that's what you're about to say, she said she figured something out about her job?
Yeah.
Ooh.
She said her supervisor called all the probationary employees into his office, and he said he got an email today
He said,
from
give me a
the
hug. Glenn, I'm sorry, go ahead.
from the data executive director saying NAVAIR pushed to exempt all probationary employees, saying they're critical. So
Okay.
hasn't been approved yet, but
Hey, you want to go ahead and bet every other base on the planet is going to do the same fucking thing?
that's what I'm saying. Well, they went after everyone under a year, and she just got over a year, but she's still probationary. So that was like
Yeah.
the first round, I'm calling it.
Well, it's also kind
Get
of
that
bullshit.
one out of here.
Because they just didn't they just like up the probationary period from 2 to 3 years not that long ago?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know she's at 3 right now, so well, now it's 2 more for her, and then she's good. So we'll see what happens. But by that time, President Musk will have eliminated the electoral college. There'll be no elections. It'll just be
President Musk, dude.
it'll just be straight up dictatorship by then. So
That's funny as fuck.
I need to erase some messages I put in the chat to Alexis today.
Oh, they have the receipts already, dude. You think
The AI picked it up already.
yeah, Doge hasn't already inserted themselves into the grid, dude.
Terrified, dude. And like, I don't know if I'm just being brainwashed by Reddit, but it's not looking good.
Probably
Like,
like,
you know,
I think
you
you're
know,
definitely
like-
being brainwashed by Reddit a little bit. I don't think it's that bad.
no, I mean, I go on the conservative subreddit and like, it's wild. They're like everything. They're like, Trump and Elon Musk can do 0 wrong.
Yeah, that's
And then
bad.
Yeah, and then they call it, like Reddit, like proper. I guess everything else like an echo chamber. I'm like, this is literally an echo chamber. You literally have one subreddit dedicated to this.
Bingo.
It's wild.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. I think a lot of people who voted for him are kind of doubting the whole thing right now. But I don't think we needed to cut somewhere. Have you seen have you looked at all at the national debt and GDP stats? It's we were our national debt was 175% of our GDP, or our debt, yearly debt, whatever. So we were 175% over what we were producing, we were spending. So that is very bad. And it's been like that for years, so that's why it's so bad.
Well, I think someone was saying Obama or Biden did the same thing and cut
probably Obama. I don't think Biden did.
Yeah, Obama, somebody cut a lot of federal government, and then it goes into a cycle of Democrats get in leadership, it builds back up again, Republicans come in, cut it down a little bit. So I think it is part of a cycle, but just some shit that I don't know. I need to get over it. I'm a fucking bleeding heart liberal right now. From the communists.
I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest. Or not that, not big of a deal. I think there's a big deal going on. But I don't think it's something that we need to particularly zone in on for now. I think, we're safe, we're smart boys, that we're going to work for contractors.
Yeah.
Make the more money, but get the worst benefits.
That's fine.
We pick women who are, dumb women, you know what I mean? Alexis Taylor, just go ahead, work for the government. Idiots.
Yeah, as long as she can get past these next couple months, I think she'll be good.
Yeah, and I was telling Kayla too, she was like, whatever, and I think I was telling you guys this a little bit too. My sense is that once they, kind of scare tactics everyone away over the next few months, I think there's gonna be a massive step back of a lot of these things.
Yeah. Well, everything's backed up in the courts right now. They blasted 70 executive orders. So there's no way. It's panic right now. No one can go through all this.
Well, yeah, but they also cut the Department of Energy, which was in proportion. Part of that was some of our nuclear people, and then they were oh wait, we actually need these people.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, it's just kind of being done without a whole lot of regard, or nah. That's what I was talking about. Just with you guys on Saturday, or at least with Tyler, they definitely did a bunch of stuff and didn't do the research on the back end to make sure that it was genuinely a smart idea.
Yeah.
So I think there's going to be a big, takesy-backsies at some point.
The big thing, for me at least, is, you keep talking about a third term. That is the scariest part to me.
I haven't seen that, but I also haven't been paying any attention to it. So is that real, or?
I mean, if what Elon was this election really mattered. Trump alluded to, this could be the last election. So I don't know.
I looked at that kind of stuff beforehand, and I don't think he ever genuinely. I don't think that that's anything. There's no signs that there's any substance to that at all, especially considering he lost and stepped down once before.
Yeah, but now he's stacking the fucking, all the offices with people that are loyal to him, it seems.
Well, yeah, but you can't stack the offices that matter. The legislator would overturn the election. You can't stack that. His first term, he got 2 Supreme Court justices. Some would say that was the biggest stacking of all time.
Yeah, true. We'll see. I mean, we're white, so we'll be fine.
Oh my god, Robert, I'm streaming.
Are you streaming?
Yeah. Tag me on YouTube. On YouTube. I put it in the chat. It's to 0 viewers, dude. I'm just testing this shit out. I don't know if I want to use a controller or if I want to use... So, I'm torn between using a controller for this or using a keyboard and mouse.
Controller.
So I need to have a save file so that I can get to a certain screen. So let me just save. And then, all right, we're gonna genuinely go for like a pretty decent run here now. Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. Fuck. I should have picked girl, but it's over now.
Why'd you pick girl?
It's technically faster.
What do you mean? Like speed?
Yeah, so if you're trying to get through the game really fast, it would be faster. Because it's like less text or something like that, I believe, is the technical reason. Like people talk to you less. It's like a slim thing. It's something that like actual speedrunners do, not like my basic ass. But it saves them like they're saving frames. You know what I mean? Like these guys are like out here trying to save like 8-10 frames. I was proud of Nick last night. He figured out how to. He figured something out without having to ask, which is tight. Well, he technically did text me and was like, "Hey, are you available still?" Because I guess he wasn't like online, but he was playing the game. And he was like, "Can I give you a call real quick?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's fine." And by the time he called me, he was like, "I actually figured it out." And I was like, "That's my boy. That's my quarterback." The only thing that Nick did, though, surprisingly, with the randomizer was change his starter.
What?
Dratini. I think it's just saying that you just get it so late in the game that it's not really the same as, having it from the beginning. Hit a crit here or something. This is going to take forever. Crit. Nope. That's a low roll. Shit. Uh-oh. The longest fucking start to the game that I could have imagined. I think I'm supposed to fight this. I really want to buy a golf cart, but I'm also very focused on building this house. It's tearing me apart, really, on the inside, Robert.
What did you say?
I said I'm trying to buy, I want to buy a golf cart really bad, but I also want to I want to build my new house also really bad. And I was like, it's tearing me apart on the inside.
You pay some marketplace, just get a little
Dude,
$100.
there's no such thing, dude. The cheapest golf cart you can find is like $6,000, and it'll be like $6,000. Has no tires, no engine, doesn't work, rusty batteries. Not even joking. Golf carts are incredibly expensive for whatever reason. Apparently, they don't appreciate in value at all. I'm talking about like they'll be like '07 Yamaha golf carts or like '04 Club Cadet. Just no drop in price. I want a second cup of coffee, but I shouldn't.
She went to the doctor the other day, and she said coffee is really good for you. So I was like, all right, do not say another word. I will drink coffee all day, every day.
Yeah, go ahead and just, go ahead and just stop there, please, doctor. You've said all you needed to say.
She was like, it's great for your liver, great for your brain. She said, just if you get jittery, stop. But other than that, it's good. I was like, hell yeah.
Probably because you drink black coffee, though. Honestly.
I do drink black coffee.
Well, since you said that, you convinced me. Dude, so the amount of diapers that we got at our baby shower is...
Full room. The storage unit size.
Yeah, it's actually insane. I'm very grateful because I don't have to necessarily buy those ones, but it is a lot of diapers. Are you a pro shadow person or no? Are you planning on? No. The how's your nephew doing? Right, nephew, your brothers?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I feel like you haven't been down there in a while. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, well, his daughter.
He has two children.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. Is he still with the same?
Yep.
She was a waitress, right?
She did. Well, yeah, I think so.
What's the doctor doing well?
Eli and Roe.
Eli seems like a very Louisiana name. Where did Roe come from?
I have no idea.
Is that like from the Hunger Games? Wasn't that girl's name? The little girl who got from the next. Okay, I certainly was not supposed to battle this guy. So, Chris is already beating me at this point. He needs to step it up. Should be upseas. Entered his key. There's somebody big guy up here that I need to go behind. Oh, fuck, I thought he was going to turn. Alright, two fights behind right now. Did you see the games that I suggested for the Game Olympics, the ones that I just tossed out there?
Yeah, I gotta look through it. So,
You know, they're not all, you know, I don't expect, you know what I mean? It's just like throwing some ideas out there, you know, just some ideas. And obviously I can't think of everything. I was just kind of thinking. I think I may actually have to push in here. It really fucking kills me. I don't know how this thing's faster because it's using a straight shot. Oh, yeah. Dude, don't you guys have cats? That's the one that I meant to ask you that before. I didn't see a single cat. I thought you guys had cats.
oh, they'll fucking they will hide if there's a lot of people around or noise.
They fucking scatter, dude.
They will fucking scatter.
I thought that was funny shit. Did you go pick up? So you didn't go pick up the weight bench from your parents' house this weekend?
No, not yet. Dude, I literally woke up yesterday, went back to sleep. Woke up, had dinner, went back to sleep.
Yeah. 'Twas a long night in the falls of darkness. I feel like shit. Oh no. I got the trap. Is it nice outside today or something? A lot of kids playing outside.
It is nice.
Noise. Do. Ba-dun-dun. That's not great. Just hit. Just hit. Yes. One more hit. One more hit. No miss. One more hit. No miss. Let's go. Crit didn't matter. I'm like 7 minutes behind world record right now, just already.
Make it up on the back end.
Yeah, dude, that's when I start using the cheats. Nice. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Sleep rock, but you are a loser. I have one king card viewer. Hell yeah.
Matt here.
Are you?
Mhm.
I appreciate it. Da, 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 da. We get the running shoes now, thank Christ. I forget a lot of stuff about this game now. See ya. Thanks, Mom. So, I think we skip this trainer at the top, and because there's basically one of these trainers is optional, and I can't remember which one specifically. Ooh, that's way more, but not enough. Oopsies. Two shot water guns, which should have been. Okay, poison. Okay. Nice. Oh no, I was supposed to go below the sky. No, I'm an idiot. Okay. I need to reset the route. To reset the route. Can't avoid that guy, so I should have been close to him. Bad. Actual trainer. I feel like I should heal because I'm bad at the game. Should use PC heal too. Fuck. Dumb. Whoa, almost screwed myself. frequencies. I can't remember if it was this game or the Gen 1 games, but there used to be Moon. That might be in the Moonstone up there. I think there was a secret item in Gen 1. Yeah. That's what you need right there, Robert. This is where you can find the Moonstone if you want to. It's just the first floor, Mount Moon, top left corner. Mm-hmm. Play risky here. find a way to rocket grunt. This thing there's Sonic Boom. Can you see a kill? Off it definitely doesn't have Sonic Boom, so it's super scared. There's mine in there too. Shit. The green. Now I want to make a kick. Okay, didn't have that roar. Useless. See. That's really bad for us, actually. Nice. That's not great. I fucked this up big time. It's like a fucking hour on this fight now. Oh my god, it would have been easier to fucking reset the game. Is this fine when only have like 5 PP or something? If I had like 45, genuinely like 30. Do you use poison powder? Like, Hey, look up. Oh, God damn it. This fucking leech seed's gonna kill me here. Well, it's not like it's just the time and the health regen. That's 17 turns of sleep, I guess. That's fucking crazy how long this fight is taking. It's been like 15 minutes. Thank God that's over. Alright, wake up first turn, please. How many turns of sleep is this going to be? That was 4. My God. I'm fighting against the leech seed. How unlucky.
Fart nigga, fart nigga, fart nigga. Hello?
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 I know you can hear me.
But it failed. Somebody's health. Faux Abra, but it failed. Somebody used bite. It's super effective.
Fuck, dude, it's
Abra fainted.
I didn't see how much damage it did last time.
Right, we'll see here. I can tell you in a second. Rattata, Leech Seed, Water Gun,
Okay, it doesn't do a lot.
did nothing. Somebody else used Water Gun and almost killed Rattata. Oh, Leech Seed gave him health.
No.
Bag. Potion. Rattata used Quick Attack. It doesn't matter. It's weak as fuck. Leech Seed gave him health. Potion. Nope. Mega Kick. Rattata Quick Attack is very fast. Almost killed Wartortle.
What's wrong with you?
Rival C for cunt. 288. Guess what? I'm going to Bills, nigga. I'm gonna get all this good shit, huh?
Fucking heal
This
first.
system better get go 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 go. And he comes back because he's a slut. Oh, sorry, little present. Fame checker to see if you're famous. Oh, looks like you're not. Gotcha. That's a classic C move. We read the sign just to make sure that was the correct building, and then we walked in.
Did I read the sign?
Someone's PC. Paris. Wartortle. Did she? What are they, dead?
Yeah, but you can, like, putting them in the PC gives them full health and it's faster than the dialogue with the Nurse Joy.
Dong, 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 dong. We're going to Cerulean City, not Viridian. People call this nugget 5 trainers. Got what it takes? Bug catcher. Kale. Caterpie. Go Q. Bite. Rawr.
She didn't want to down.
Well, it's also delayed for you probably, so it's really tight.
Yeah, it's fine. It's delayed for you. It's not delayed for me.
No, you're lagging in real life.
Yeah, you're seeing what happens before I see it.
Omniscient. Metapod. Man, what a lineup by Kale.
Kale's good.
I bet it's not bug. Whoa!
Put that thing away, girl!
Kakuna. Kakuna.
Watch, you're about to see it. She needs to put that thing away.
Now it's serious. She tuned her little ass up. Pidgey. Hey, Pidgey. His name is Robert and he says bum, 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 bum.
So far, I've taken like 7 fights that I don't need to take. So this is going pretty roughly. And at a loss. At a loss I didn't need to lose.
And you beat Fire Red in one sitting.
Oh yeah. I'm about to right now.
Will you beat Fire Red in one sitting?
Yeah. Caleb doesn't get home for like 2 more hours.
Class Ali. Ali.
Ali.
I'm number 3. Huh. Bitch Timmy. Sandshrew.
Ooh, Intimidate.
Water gun on Sandshrew. It's super effective. Oh, 1-hit KO. I forgot what they say in fucking
Yeah, that's what they do say.
One-hit wonder.
It's a 1-hit KO. What a knockout!
Seconds.
Or they're like, it's a knockout!
It's a howdy attack.
Robert's been playing Fire Red. Gotta show him the ways of the randomizer.
And there goes the battle. How come they never like combined Stadium and like a base Pokemon game?
I think they
Like where maybe there's random trainers and like procedurally generated trainers in the stadium.
I think that's
And you
they tried to do that in Sword and Shield, kind of, and also I think there are elements of that in Coliseum, the GameCube games.
I feel like that's genius.
It'd be cool if they could make it like, and they also did the Battle Tower, like it's a part of the game, kind of.
I
So
didn't
you
even
can
touch that shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
of Sword and Shield. Or I think I did it once or something. I don't remember.
Well, it's been in since like since the Battle Frontier, so since Gen 3 games. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing where they're just like random trainers. But it's like post game content, which is kind of blah. They shouldn't make it a part of the game. Like they should make you have to like beat it so X amount of times or X many trainers before you can progress in the game or something.
That's what I'm saying. It'd be cool if it was like every week was like, oh, the stadium's having a tournament, and you had to go through each rank, starting from like shitty Pokemon, so that you're literally just training to be the best, like how Pokemon wants you to be.
Like no one ever was.
And then there's like the black guy from Sword and Shield is the big guy. I can't remember his name.
No, it'd be
Hop's brother.
it'd be Cynthia. People are Cynthia Sims too. They're like she's the
Cynthia, I don't even know who that is.
She's the Gen 4, the chick with the long blonde hair. The Garchomp. She's in like games past Gen 4 too. I think I have to antidote to not die here. I don't actually think I need whatever that is. There's like a smart way to go through this too, and I don't know which way it is. That's not great. So I have to fight this girl.
There's a game on Steam you can play the demo of right now called Game of Thrones King's Road.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think it's a mobile game, but
Looks like my game.
might
Look-
be cool.
Looks like White House Survival, if you've ever seen the ads for that.
Why not survive?
This guy might have been slower because he has so many fucking Pokemon. Oh, I'm an idiot. And then I just used Bite and Geodude like a fucking idiot. It worked out for me somehow. You're out. That's Tim. That was obviously the person you needed. My evasiveness was lowered. Whoops. Don't you believe me? I'm an idiot. Freaking idiot. Ba-da-da-da-da. Salmon on this guy is incredible.
But I mean, at any point, do you think? I mean, I guess he's got a couple years to go, but is he going to surpass SGA?
I don't think it's ever going to be as easy, like that for the Jokic stuff. That Jokic night to night, it's just easy for him to create shots for everybody, the best possible shots, right? Last night's a bad example, but for the most part, SGA is just like he's just getting to 35. He's just getting to 40. It doesn't matter what you're doing. He's just going to get to where his points are, and I think Luka is in that category too. I don't know if Tatum's ever going to be at that level, but I think to me he reminds me. It's a weird one, and I know I'm thinking about it probably because we just finished this 9-part Celtics docu-series, but to me he's more like a Havlicek type. He's this Swiss Army knife that does all these different things for your team. He's never the best scorer in the league. He's never the best assist guy, but he's just additive, and I think that's the level that he's gotten to. So he probably reminds me of Havlicek the most, even though he's taller and he's got size, all that stuff. But just like they could play small ball center with them if they wanted. He could also play point guard for them if he wanted. The other thing with the Celtics that I think Cornet has been playing really well. Pritchard's been up and down. Hauser's coming back, but they're getting more of a bench than I think. And then Horford being able to only play like 18, 20 minutes. Their bench is back. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if they went on a little run here over the next 3-4 weeks, because they haven't really had a run this season. We're going to talk about that after the break, some teams that we think might make an actual run. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a streak. Like, have you felt like they've had one kick-ass 3-week stretch other than, like, you'd have to go back to November? I just don't remember it.
Yeah, but I mean, are they 12-3, 11-4 in the last 15? I mean, I know it was 12-4,
but I'm
so
talking about like what the stuff they were doing last year, where they were just like ripping people's heads off for 3 straight weeks.
Yeah, they're 10-2 in their last 12.
Yeah,
this kind of feels like it. Other than the start,
maybe we're in the middle of it.
9-2. They also had that, I don't know, what is it, 7-game stretch there in November. So the weird thing was just a couple games against lesser opponents. The Toronto game, they could have lost the New Orleans game, and the standard for them is so much higher. But that first quarter was so impressive that, I was just a nice little reminder, I think, on a national stage for everybody of, like, this is what this team is capable of. And I don't know that there's anybody else. Now, granted, you talk about the OKC defense, which I'm sure we'll get to a little bit later today. Might be the tiebreaker for a lot of different people, but those first 12 minutes were just awesome.
So I want to talk about intriguing subplots with 30 games left. And some of them are easy to figure out, and some of them are a little harder to figure out. But the number one subplot to me, and I can't believe I'm even saying this, and it makes me mad that we're in this position, but what can you do? I think the Lakers are the number one subplot to watch over the next 30 games. The Denver game was so interesting last night to see like the real Luka in a Lakers game, and to watch, you know, their centers, whatever. They're just double teaming Jokic. They're just gonna be happy with Westbrook and those, like whoever. Fine, shoot 16 for 41 from three. We don't care. We gotta take out Jokic. But the thing that I really noticed that people talked about when they made the trade was just 48 minutes of Luka and LeBron, or Luka, or LeBron. But you always have somebody out there who just has this crazy IQ and is a really good offensive player. And
My name is John Watson, and I am your doctor. You're my shirt.
I've never wavered from thinking Luka was going to be awesome on this team. I just thought it was scary last night. And if I'm in the West, I think there's 4 teams that can win the title, and we can talk about a couple wild cards. I think the Lakers are an official wild card for me.
I agree, and it's the defensive numbers. Like you mentioned it, if you go back the last 15, that's the number one defense in the league. They're 12-3. It's the best record over the last 15. The offense
Do you
is top
understand
10.
that? What's your explanation for that, other than just they're playing hard?
Well, I think having some of the pieces. I thought Rui played his ass off last night. Both. I mean, you can look at the points, but it was what he was doing defensively. Now, granted, Vando comes in and just hacks the shit out of Jokic, but you know, it's like they're not going to call all of these, although they tried to call all of them on Vando.
Yeah.
Because he didn't play a ton of minutes. But you know, the Cam Reddish thing seems over. The Dalton Connect minutes are limited if you start looking at these things. So I think we gave Vincent being healthy, with Vando being healthy, with them liking this Rui center matchup stuff, because they're basically forced to figure this out, because the Jackson Hayes minutes usually aren't that great. Because the longer he's out there, the longer there's going to be something that happens.
Yeah.
And specific to last night, Bill, I loved that game. Okay.
Me too. I
Because-
thought it was really impressive.
Because we look at the playoff and you go bracket-wise, like how far can LA go? It's like, well, they're going to run into Denver again, so that's not going to work. And last night's one result. But I thought this coaching staff showed the difference, where it's always about the roster for me, but there are little times like Kenny Atkinson this year with Cleveland, like clearly there's something better with this, with his approach to basketball. I think JJ and the staff did such a fantastic job of last night's preparation. The possessions, when you really looked at what they were doing, there's these non-spacing lineups that Denver runs out there outside of Jokic, where the Lakers are like, if this is what you're going to run out, like, we are not going to pay attention to Aaron Gordon. We're not going to care about Westbrook. They had a play, and I'll finish here, but LeBron was on Jokic kind of in the paint, left side. Dalton is in the dunker spot, ignoring Aaron Gordon. Okay, he's basically under the rim. The other two wing players to the right, the Lakers defenders are in the paint. So that's 4 players in the paint against Jokic. The only one that was providing any spacing was Michael Porter Jr. at the top of the key, and Rui was defending him, but Rui was only like a foot beyond the free throw line. And you saw it possession after possession, where you could see the Lakers, like specifically the way they prepped that game last night. I think that's a credit to JJ and the staff going, we've got to come up with something new that's Jokic specific, and it worked. And, you know, it really wasn't much of a game on top of all the Luka stuff that I know you want to get to.
Well, they did the same thing to that Celtics game that we both went to in LA, where they kicked the Celtics' ass, and part of it was they just were really well prepared. And they used a bunch of things against the Celtics that I had kind of been waiting for, you know, somebody to do. Especially like, you're going to try to force it to Porzingis? Great. That's going to throw your whole team out of whack. Like, keep giving the ball. And Porzingis had a good first quarter. Nobody else did. And then it's like, oh, here's the top of the second quarter. This is when Jalen tries to get his offense for 6 minutes. We're going to make it really hard for him. And it was just, you were just watching it going, oh, this team's got their shit together. Last night against Denver, you would think, well, why doesn't everybody do that against Jokic? First of all, it's hard to do it. Second of all, it's hard to commit to it, and your guys have to be really disciplined with it. But they also have smart players. Like, everyone makes fun of Luka's defense, but he's still a really smart basketball player, right? LeBron, I think, has been noticeably better on defense for, what, a month and a half now?
I don't know what the
we were
timeline
the
is,
first
but
month of
yeah.
the season, where it was
Yeah.
like, oh my God, he's just not playing D. He's a DH now. Now he's really active, and they just have size and physicality that I think you saw it against the Celtics. They bullied the Celtics. Now, you know, slightly different team, but when they have Rui and LeBron and Luka all together, like that's like 800 pounds of dudes.
So
You
are you
know?
in? Are you in? Are they your 15? Are they the first team outside of your tier 1 playoff like title
Well,
contenders?
I wrote down.
You tiered us up.
No, I wrote down things I like about them, and the number one thing is just always having Luka or LeBron out there. One of the two or both. I think it's just really hard to play them. You don't have a moment like you had with the Knicks today, where Brunson has to sit down. It's like, all right, it's campaign time. Cross your fingers. Like the Lakers just never have that. The
Campaign
fact
was
that
nice
they're-
though. That first shit.
Well, he was. He made 3 in a row.
That's probably the best thing ever for a Knicks opponent. Be like, hey, don't forget, like tight game second half. Campaign made 3 in a row in the first half, so that's good for us.
He's gonna think he can get to 20. The fact that the defensive numbers are like, if they were 9th or 11th, the Lakers, I'd be like, okay, that's a little fluky. There's just probably some. When you're in the top 5, when you're in the top 3, like that's not fluky at some point. I think JJ's a legitimately good coach. And I thought what they did last night to Joker, who was terrible because they made him terrible, but then you just look at it, it's just that at some point it's math. Last night, LeBron and Luka had 59, 19, and 12. If you're going to get numbers that look like that from your best 2 guys, you're going to be hurt from a couple playoff rounds. So if I was a Laker fan, I'd be excited. But this is why we all went nuts when the trade happened. This is fucking crazy. You don't just get to add the 4th best guy in your team, in the league, to your team, just, for Anthony Davis and Max Christie, who, by the way, has been playing great.
Yeah, he has been good. I think some of the worst anti-LeBron content that I've ever seen was Luka's stat lines those first 3 games with LeBron. Like, I get it. If you hate LeBron, you hate LeBron. Right. Come up with better evidence than that. Because I went to Luka's first game, that he had played in like 2 months. I went to Crypto that night to watch him play against Utah. And he was so tired, like 4 times up and down the court. I'm like, oh man, he's so tired. Like he doesn't even, he hasn't been complaining. He's on a new team. Like you haven't seen him. And it was kind of funny, like obviously last night's the best that he's looked with the Lakers. That first half was incredible. The way he was kind of getting into his shot, not like basketball's funny, man. You can be this incredible player. Here we are talking about somebody who has a chance to be the best player in the world, and it's like I'm new here, so I'm just trying to fit in for a little bit. Yeah. And if you're a coach and it's Luka, you're like, don't be trying to fit in, dude. Just do what you do, and then we'll figure it out around you. And just because stats were bad, and then they had the weird breaks, like all that stuff was so stupid. He was great last night. It was funny too because he made a play and then he cycled out of the 3-point line, was wide open, and he didn't get the ball back. And it's the first time I've seen him pissed with the Lakers, and he put his hands up like, you idiots, like what are you doing? Right. And I'm going, this is great. This is the that's what you want out of this dude. You want him pissed that he didn't get the ball back. So I'm shocked the defensive numbers are that good the last 15. It's been a big part of this turnaround. They finally beat Denver, so I'm not ready to say that they've solved Denver. There's just going to be some spacing stuff in the playoffs where if it's Westbrook or if it's Brown, and I think even Michael Porter Jr. is like such a coin toss game. Gordon is a matchup-specific guy, but they're going to ignore him even though he's shooting like over 40% from 3. They just did a great job of loading up on all the stuff. But look, man, your closing group in a tight playoff game with the 3 perimeter dudes with LeBron, Luka, and Reeves, I have a hard time believing that defense is going to be just living on stops, though, in the playoffs. Right?
Yeah, they're probably trying to outscore him. The Luka dialogue was... I feel like a lot of the sports dialogue is just getting worse because it's just this quick rush to whatever judgment. He could have one bad game, his first Laker game, and it was like, oh my God, this is why the Mavs traded him. And nobody thinks of the human element of this guy thought he was going to be the next Dirk Nowitzki in Dallas. He had no idea the trade was coming. They trade him. He's got to move to LA. He's got to figure out where he's going to live. He's taking shit about that. He's got a drinking problem and that he eats too much, and they didn't want to give him the max, and they're just, laying into him left and right, leaking stuff to make him look bad. On top of that, he's got to figure out how he fits into this new team. He's got to play with LeBron, who's this guy he grew up watching, right? He's got to figure out how he fits in offense, new coaching staff. He's not in shape. It's like, oh, you think this is going to go bad for like a week? Yeah, and
he hadn't played. He hadn't played
he
in
didn't
2
play
months.
basketball. Like Perkins tweeted 3 days ago. It's going to be another 2-3 weeks before we see the real Luka he is to get in basketball shape, get his legs under him. And then last night he tweets,
Same
like
thing.
I said, give Luka time. It's like, yeah, no kidding. We got to give Luka time, sure, to adjust to his new team and get back in shape. I'm pretty sure he'll be able to figure this out. He's had one of the 5 best offensive starts that anybody in the history of the NBA in their first 7 years. I think we're going to be okay with Luka Doncic. I'm not worried. But people were worried. I don't know
Who
what's
was really
happened in
like? Who
sport.
did you respect what was worried?
Well, but some people have platforms who this is kind of what you do. You just go nuts, get mad. Luka Doncic was terrible. This is why the Mavericks traded him.
I would say if
Luka's
over
gonna be
50% of your tweets are about LeBron or Jordan, you should be banned from the platform.
It's fair. We can talk to Elon about it. So
Have you been hanging out with him much?
haven't talked to him. Lakers have the 6th best odds on FanDuel right now, so it's not a hot take to say, oh, I think they're a title contender. I think that's where they are. I think they're in that wild card team. I went back and I looked at. I think this needs a name. I came up with post All-Star late bloomer, but I think we could do better.
I don't know. That sounds great.
Thanks.
What is it?
Well, these teams that over the course of the last 30 games at some point got their shit together and became a real contender. So the reason I thought of this was because we watched it happen with Dallas last year. Dallas was 16-4 to finish the season. They were 5th net. They just remember they had a big winning streak, then they had a losing streak, and then they started winning again. And at some point, it felt like there might be something there in a real way, right? 2023. It happened with the Lakers. They were 16-7 down the stretch, 4th net. They ended up making the Western Finals. 2022 is when the Celtics were they 25-25, then went on the run. Their last 22 games, they were 17-5, first in net.
Weren't they
made the
below
finals.
500 too? Like
It might have been, maybe
January?
24-25. They made the finals. I threw out the two the COVID years. And then in 2019, Portland finished the last 25, 19-6, 4th net, and they made the Western Finals. So there is a team, there's a track record of a team we didn't think was in the top 3 or top 4 moves up there. And for me, it's either the Lakers or Golden State. And we're taping this right now as Golden State's playing and they're beating up on Dallas. But those would be my 2 picks: Golden State or the Lakers. And I'd probably lean Lakers because of Luka and the talent. Who would you have?
Until this week, my dad did not know where he was from. It means the world to share ancestry with my dad, so Nigeria. That's where it all started. So they've broken it down by regions, by journey.
It feels like the Knicks are on the Lakers line for this, though, right?
That's fair. But I don't think would you necessarily say they would be an out of nowhere team? I guess it could conceivably happen. I think they're more likely to have more injuries and weird shit happen than to go on a run. But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, okay, but here's something that I like about the Lakers, because I think this is always an important thing, and because I think guys play more often now, because this could get really misleading sometimes. You're looking at like matchups against the better teams. You're like, okay, who was there? You know, like even when I go through those Knicks 7 games, it's basically everybody played those games for the Knicks. I think OG missed 1.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's different times where you go head to head and you're looking at it, getting ready for the playoffs. Like, how do they do against each other? You're like, all these guys missed these games. But again, like I said, it's been a little bit better. The Lakers are one of 3 teams in the West with a winning record against teams 500 or better. So clearly, OKC's 20-9. The Rockets are 20-15, and the Lakers are 15-12. And I think that's important. Memphis is under 500, Denver's under 500, the Clippers are under 500, Minnesota's under 500. So again, I said only 3 teams. The rest of them are all under 500. I think for me, on the Lakers part of it is we're totally aligned on the Luka thing. Like, give me a break. Like, this guy at this age with his track record, and because he hasn't played in 2 months, so you're like, if you were watching these early games going, what's wrong? So this is what you think it's going to be now? You just think this is who
Right.
Luka's going to be? Like,
It's just going to be
do
a
you know
complete mess.
do you know how absurd that is? So we're not even at peak Luka. They're putting together this performance. They have this defensive profile the last month or so, but bracket it out. 4-5, they're playing Houston. You're probably picking the Lakers because you trust their offense more than you trust Houston's offense, right? Okay, then guess what's waiting for them on the other line?
Sadly, I did this, and as you know, I hate the Lakers, and this made me sad.
Okay, but
Going
how?
series
I mean,
by series, I was like, oh my god, they're gonna fucking make the Western Finals.
so they're beating Oklahoma City in a 1-4 matchup? You're crazy.
Oh no, I'm just saying there's a scenario with these brackets where if they're not 4 or 5, if they can somehow avoid OKC to the Western Finals, right?
And then you think they're going to beat Oklahoma City?
Well, so they would have to get to 2 or 3,
Okay, all right,
which I
yeah,
think
so
is
fine, but there's
completely reasonable. Right now they're 34-21. Memphis is 37-19, and Denver's 37-20. I think they have to leapfrog. I don't think they'd want to play OKC, but I also wouldn't blindly pick OKC against Luka and LeBron either. Would you? I mean, I know I would
yeah,
pick
I
them
would.
to win, but I wouldn't be
would.
like,
I
no, I
think that
wouldn't be
would-
like, oh, lock it in, write it in marker that OKC is 100% winning. I'd be a little nervous.
Well, I want to see more of the Chet stuff, but defensively, the Chet stuff has been really good. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's not the same as the Luka thing, but I mean, we're looking at Chet missing 3 months and then trying to come back. He's not taking a ton of shots. Like, I can't wait to see what that guy looks like and what this team looks like. So there's just, like, they still have a massive issue with certain matchups with bigs. And normally, I would say, what are you going to do against Jokic? Like, do you really think you're going to survive 7 games against, like, having Rui was great last night, but let's not lose our minds about who this team
I
is.
still have Denver and OKC in the Western Finals. But I think if you start thinking about series by series, game by game, this Lakers team is scary, especially with the fact that they're actually well coached, right? And they're a matchup team. I think they're a team that can win on the road in a game 7, right? How many teams could actually go on the road and win a game 7? It's not the longest possible list. This is a team that would not be afraid to go on the road. I think the Vincent thing is important for them too, because that's a guy who they signed who's been banged up or sucked for a year and a half. And then people forgot that he wasn't good, that people forgot that he was actually good and valuable in Miami and was in big games for them and kind of knows where to go and what to do. He's one of those guys. And you need a guy like that on a weird team like this. And the fact that Reeves has gone up a level, and JJ loves Reeves. I mean, the best thing JJ and LeBron have done have been just pump Reeves up, pump him up, make him really think he's this gifted offensive player. And I think he's playing with so much confidence now. Like how many teams have a third guy who's as good of an offensive player as Reeves is? Not a long list.
It isn't a very long list. I mean, Pat Bev really went for it last night. I think he tweeted out they have the best 1 through 4 in the NBA, and I was like, "Who's the 4th?"
Ooh.
And it was like Rui. I'm like, "All right, going." I think you're forgetting about Boston, and then OKC with Chet. I think there's a lot of guys that you can pick from there that would be in the conversation. But as far as like number 3 guys with Reeves, I mean, is it Derek White? Is it?
I was thinking somebody on Cleveland.
Is
like
Mobley?
Mobley? Is
It's
he
just a
better
completely
than
different kind of
Reeves?
player. Like, I'd rather
Yeah.
have Mobley than Reeves, but offensively, like initiating your own stuff, it's not even a conversation. Reeves is
Like
so
Reeves-
good at it. Right.
So when you're talking about good offensive players, a good litmus test is that guy scored 45 last night. Are you surprised? Right? Like if Derek White scored 45, I'd be like, what? Did he make like 12 threes? What happened? But Reeves had that game the other day when everybody was hurt. What did he have? Like 38, 40?
No, he had
I-
45. He was 14
45,
and
yeah.
46.
That's right.
But
I
it was against
wasn't
the Pacers.
shocked.
Yeah, but the other starters are Dorian Finney-Smith, who, by the way, like we hadn't even mentioned yet for the defensive part of what they've done.
Right.
You know,
Huge.
getting D'Angelo Russell away from this basketball team. You know, I try to tell you
Huge.
guys, Lakers fans, I know, I get it. You know, he makes a couple threes and points, and you guys are super into that. But getting him away from this group has also been a big transition from who they are right now. Like, I feel bad we didn't even mention Dorian Finney-Smith at this point. I mean, he made 1 shot last night. He was a plus 20.
That trade made me mad.
Why?
Just
Because
as-
you like
as I
D'Angelo
didn't want-
Russell so much?
No, because I wanted the Lakers to not be good. I said, fuck, they got Finney Smith. Finney Smith's good. He's an additive player. There were some guys around the trade deadline that I was wondering. Like, I still can't believe the Lakers didn't go after Nick Claxton.
Was he available?
I don't
though?
know what. What are the Nets doing? I mean,
Playing their ass
I-
off.
I know, but they traded to get their picks back for some tanking plan, and then they just can't stop beating teams.
I know. I
Um,
just don't think Philly was ready for the Keon Johnson Watford 2-man game to close. They had no scouting report on that.
Watford's like, I gotta
couldn't
get
stop
the video.
watching. I turned that game off like 4 different times last night.
Yeah, you
'Cause
could've.
I hate watching the Sixers play basketball.
Yeah.
They are disgusting. Okay, I can't turn it off. And then I was like, it's close. And I'm like, look at Brooklyn. Look at this team.
No, they can't stop.
It's now they're ahead of them. They're ahead of them in the standings in the
Well,
East.
they had-
That flipped it.
In that Philly game, they had a couple moments where they blew the lead and were like, all right, valiant effort. And then
Exactly.
like, somebody else would hit a three, and then all of a sudden they'd be winning again. Whatever Philly is doing to Embiid is one of the weirdest subplots of not just the year, but the decade. No idea why he's playing. And he looks miserable. He's falling down, I think, twice as much as he's ever fallen down. Looks like he's legitimately hurt.
What's his F per 100? You know?
I think this is the highest the last couple weeks. He's just he had that play when he ran in to contest the play in the corner and just kind of went into the third row. He could stop. It's pretty brutal. So the case for Golden State, really quick, to be the late bloomer, is just the combo of Jimmy. I don't know what it is about Steph. It would be the greatest feature somebody wrote, but it just seems like everybody that passes through Steph's life, they turn into Gandhi for like the first 3 weeks. Like the way they talk about him, it's just like this religious experience to be Steph's teammate. And Jimmy is like so happy. Like there was that clip of him diagramming plays in the huddle. This is a guy who was just sitting next to the water cooler the last 3 months of the Miami season. And now he's like, Draymond, come here, I have an idea for a high screen. And he's just so invigorated. And I think they're legitimately dangerous. Looking at their schedule, and they're beating Dallas today as we're taping, but they got Charlotte, Orlando's a mess, at Philly, great, at Charlotte, at Knicks, at Nets. And then they have a 7-game homestand against Detroit, Portland, Sacramento, Knicks, Denver, Milwaukee, Toronto. Like, it's a team that could go on like a 12-2 run, and I wouldn't be surprised. So that would be the other one I'm kind of looking at. I guess the thing to watch is whether Curry can go up a level again or not, because we haven't seen it this year from him.
His life looks a lot easier having somebody like Jimmy Butler out
That's
there.
the thing.
And the shooting numbers would back it up. The three-point shooting would back it up. Even watching the beginning of today's game, even though it wasn't just super aggressive, like having Butler just be somebody else that people are worried about. And of course, they ran some other play where it's like Curry's the lead block on the cut, so everybody freaks out, and then Butler kind of slips a screen, and then he's the second cutter behind it, and he's wide open in a way that, you know, he's probably like, this must be, I just can't imagine playing basketball for a living and then getting the chance. Like, no wonder everybody's in a good mood. They're like, this is what happens. Like, when he moves, all of this other shit happens, and then now my life is like this much easier. Although I do have to point out on a couple broadcasts, like, our memories can't be this short. Like, Butler has a nice game. He's super aggressive. I mean, he was taking 10 shots a game for Miami. It was the lowest field goal attempts
Not going to
per
foul
game.
line at all. Yeah.
No, he was actually still was like not. He's one of the most like hyper free throw rate guys in the league because he pump fakes at the rim and guys just go for it all the time. So like if you played him in a series, you go, you guys need to stay down against him. Now he's shooting a million free throws, but he's just more aggressive now. You can tell he's taking 13 shots a game. Again, the shot count goes down because he's taking so many free throws, right? But he, for all the stuff that he talked about in Miami, like they took my joy from me, like he broke up with a quarterback. You're just going like, we just saw this guy destroy his value around the league, and he makes a couple cuts and hits some free throws, and it's like, man, Golden State, like, you know, it's like everybody's Golden State's probably still scared to death of like what the long-term thing could be here, but in the short term, it's awesome to see, you know, some of these possessions late in games where you could just see Steph being like, I'm running around, I get the ball, I'm trapped, I throw it to somebody else, and I don't even really want to take some of these shots. And then you have people being like, oh, his shooting is dipping. It's like, well, no shit. So I think his life is just going to be a lot easier now. I still don't even think they're in the Lakers class, though. Are they? You have them in the Lakers class?
I don't know. I want to watch it for a couple weeks because, like Butler, he's averaging almost 10 free throws a game for Golden State. As we're taping this, they're beating Dallas by 20, and he's already 6 for 6. He's plus 24 in the game. But watching the way he's playing with these guys, it's weird. It reminded me of when Moss got to the 07 Pats and was just like so delighted to be in a real offense with Brady, and he was just like skipping around, right? And just so happy and had so much space and knew that if he was going to do whatever, the ball was going to be there. And Butler, watching the space that he has, but also the connection he has with Draymond, I wasn't prepared for. I wish we were watching the game right now. But the high IQ thing he has with Draymond, I think, has been fun to watch. Where he's posting up and Draymond's at the top. They're playing this weird two-man game, but everybody's so scared of the Curry shooting. I'm not counting this team out.
It reminds me a bit of like when Brian Heidick was cast as the pool guy in Melrose Place, and he was like, "Look, I'm just happy to be here."
Who is it? Brian who?
Heidick,
Who's
I
that?
think. He played.
Brian Heidick?
Yeah, he played the pool guy in Melrose Place. It just reminds me a lot of that.
Pool guy at Melrose Place? I feel like you're making this up.
Google it.
Right, Heidick. So is
That's
there
how you
anybody
pronounce
else you would put on the late bloomer list?
Late bloomer list. Is there any hope for a healthy Orlando?
So I had them marked down. They've been they were 6-14 in their last 20. So there's only
Their
only way to
offense
go
in
is
their last month, they're the third or fourth worst offense in the NBA. And boy, when it's bad on offense for the Magic,
Yeah.
I'm surprised it was that high, that they were only 27.
So the other three I had marked down. It's not going to be Detroit, even though there's a lot of good Detroit numbers for the last 20, 25 games. But
How many people do you think right now know what seed Detroit is?
Yeah, not only is Detroit, for people listening, probably locked into the 6th seed, it's not like an easy series for the Knicks. Like, they're going to be favored. I would pick the Knicks, but I don't know if that's like the easiest series possible for them. The other two teams I have, Minnesota, just because who knows, 31-26, but maybe something
Is Randall
happens.
playing? I'm out.
Is that good or bad? If Randall's playing, you're out. Okay. And then the only other one, Dallas, I guess we have to watch. But the only other one I was thinking was the Clippers. If there's like a long, healthy Kawhi stretch, a Bogdanovich resurgence, they're really well coached like the Lakers. And, could something blossom with them in March? I wouldn't rule it out. All right, more 30 games left subplots. So your pick would be the Lakers. I think I agree with you, but I have Golden State a little closer than you do, or a possible late bloomer. Anybody else?
Well, I'm glad. I don't think we spent enough time on Minnesota because I think we did 10 seconds on it. And I know they lost in the Houston game. That was just kind of a frustrating game. They didn't have Rudy, but that, sometimes does that play to their strength now when you look at some of the declining Rudy stuff, but then that also means Houston can go small because even Houston against Utah last night, they lost because they were just like Utah's size bothered Houston. And granted, Houston's kind of rotating some guys in and out, so they're not playing with like the full cast of guys. So look, sometimes you're just going to lose to Utah when George decides to go all first team NBA. But let's just say, okay, open to the idea. Like I feel a little bit better about Minnesota maybe than I did because in the beginning of the year when it was frustrating, it was like this team's healthy and these other teams are hurt and they're losing to these teams. But there's just a Randall stretch here where it's like, man, this might just be better without this guy. And they haven't had DiVincenzo for a month either.
You're going to go might for that?
They are.
I just think they're unquestionably better when he's not out there for them. I don't know. I've been watching basketball my whole life. It just, he screws up the spacing. He's might be a good player on other teams. For that team, he does not make sense to me.
He's good for 20, and it's like, okay, but there's just a lot of other stuff that we need from him. So
Here's what I don't love with Minnesota.
okay, give it to
And
me.
as you know, I'm on the Ant bandwagon. There's been a lot of really high volume field goal games for him that I can't really explain. Like even if you just go in January and February this year, he had a 31 shot game, he had a 29 shot game, 25, 28. So just the last 2 weeks, 28, 25, 28, 33, 18, 32. I don't think they're winning 3 playoff rounds with that happening, would be my point. And I don't really know. I haven't watched enough Minnesota the last 3 weeks to understand why that's happening. But it's just a lot of three. Like he took 14 threes in a game. He took 15 threes in a game, 17 and 14. Just a lot. And then I look at the free throws. Like in one game, he had 28. They won by 19. He had 28 shots and 18 free throws. 25 shots and 15 free throws. It's a lot of Ant. That's pretty easy to stop when you get to a playoff series. So I wish they had a little, but I don't know if they have a lot of other choices.
No, they've done a good job. Like Terrence Shannon's been playing well. Clark, this other young players coming in. He's been good for him defensively. And, yeah, like I'm not disagreeing with any of that stuff. I just think there's certain dudes that maybe I defend because I like them, but I think I like and dislike players for very valid reasons. And for the high volume stuff with him, I think the ball just ends up back in his hands.
Right.
And, you know, he's getting trapped, he's getting a ton of attention, and it's up to you to figure all that stuff out. I mean, he had a play against Houston where he split the screen, and it was two defenders that came with him, and he just split it in a way where I just couldn't believe like it was physically possible. And then he almost throws it down from there. And so because he's capable of doing some of that stuff, I don't know that he wants to take those shots. Like some other players, like again, you just go through the list of guys I don't necessarily like. I think they're totally fine.
You did a good job on LaMelo. On the LaMelo usage rate, shot rate stuff. You talked about that in your pod a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, per 100, he's
It was like
taking the most
2006
shots.
Kobe.
Yeah, like we haven't seen somebody take that many shots per 100 sessions.
Like, he should be the
2006
All-Star
Kobe.
game. Should he?
Right. Well, the other reason he got so many All-Star votes is somebody pointed out to me after the fact. They're like, do you realize, like, the voting was still open, but if you went to the voting tab, it was done by points per game. So he was like the first option when you went to the page to vote as a fan. So
Also,
he
he's
just was
popular.
there.
Like,
Yeah.
they have the top Instagram handles in the NBA. Him and Lonzo have 2 of the top 5
It's
for
awesome.
most viewers. Like people like the balls. We
Well,
can
they're
talk
going to have
about,
plenty of lottery ones as well.
Oh, before I switch topics, that Minnesota-Houston game when Dylan Brooks was talking shit to Ant, and they got into it a couple times, and then that game just got more and more competitive and heated and kept going, is in the running for my favorite game of the season.
I love that game.
I
but I
really,
knew, like
really
going into
enjoyed it.
that was one of those deals where it's like, whatever I'm doing tonight, I'm watching Minnesota and Houston.
I wonder, is Dylan Brooks, does he do that again, or is he like, all right, here's somebody I shouldn't do that to again, or does he double down on it the next time they play? And what happens in the playoffs?
Are you
He's
serious?
definitely going to do that. You
Do
think
you
he doubled
remember?
down?
Do you remember him in that Lakers series, where people thought his
But this
career
is
was
different
over?
though. Ant, this is different though with Ant. I actually think he might double down because he might think Ant might punch him in a series, and then he would take Ant out of the series, basically.
Well, he did it to LeBron in a way, but LeBron was just not going to fall for it. But
Yeah,
the thing
LeBron
that
was
turned
way
everybody
older and
off,
smarter.
right? And then Brooks couldn't make a shot, and then he didn't do a media availability, and it was like, what?
Yeah, I didn't like
you know,
that
what?
either.
Nobody
Brooks is
liked
a
it.
better player now though than he was in that Lakers series.
It was an awful Lakers. Like people were going, get ready to learn China, buddy, type of stuff.
Yeah.
man. I mean, he was a China meme dude, and then all of a sudden he gets that huge contract from Houston. And to Houston's credit, like they desperately need him. And
Yeah.
you know, what I liked about that game is this Amen Thompson progression is like nightly, man. You have to watch him every night
to see it. And you know, you and I were talking about him. We did that pod for the trade value thing. I'm like,
Yeah.
you're doing this at the worst possible time because you're going to lose your shit about Thompson. But I
I feel
couldn't.
good about. I thought we were properly careful, while also respecting the moment.
Where was he again?
He was like 19.
Okay. And I had said something, and I remember I was pissed when we did it. I wasn't like mad. I wasn't like mad the next day type of mad. But I was like, you know, are you still going to run like pick and roll for him in a late possession? And we're like, well, they did on the game winner. And I was kind of like, I didn't want to get into it with you. I was like, there's 4 seconds left. They inbounded it to him.
Yeah.
He uses athleticism and he hits the game winner against Boston. The stuff he was doing against Minnesota and even some stuff that I saw last night against Utah, like the drive and kick stuff that he's showing now. And there's like, granted, we know he can't shoot yet, which is the funniest thing about how much we all love watching him play. Is like, you know, the joke is he's not even good yet, and it's this much fun.
Right.
But he hit a shot because Utah just didn't respect him. He hit a shot late last night where it's like, I'm catch and shoot 3. Like, I'm not even going to dick around with this. Like, I'm getting the shot up. I'm going to make you try to come out here a little bit more. There's more and more ball handling with him where they trust him, where there could be this Amen Thompson reward of these Van Vliet minutes as like disrupted as they can be, because clearly they need him to organize them on offense, even though they have all these clutch wins, but all their clutch numbers stink. which is one of the weirdest stat
Right.
profiles.
Well, they have nobody who can create a good shot. That's
well,
why with
you know-
Thompson, it's like at least when he's driving to the basket, and he kind of doesn't know where he's going or what's going to happen, but he always goes by
But he-
whoever's guarding him.
But he kind of does know that, like, there were
It's
these
getting better.
kickouts in that Minnesota game where it was a very clear, like, when he takes off, he's going, if I don't have this, I know
Yeah.
where to kick it out. And it's also just awesome having Jabari back as, you know, the stretch option because, you know, it gives you some more flexibility with Şengün. Because I'll admit, there's some I can't say it, some Şengün nights where I'm like, what's up with him? Are you there at all with that?
Just feels like he's, depending on the matchup, he's kind of one of those guys.
Yeah, and Adams at this point is kind of like, do you know how old Steven Adams is?
Isn't he like 28? It's like some
See?
crazy number.
Yeah, he's 31.
Right.
But
But he's been in the league for 25 years.
yeah, I don't think he should be this bad. So having Jabari
pretty
back is
rough.
really important for them. So look, none of this was.
That's one of those where they could have probably flipped Steven Adams and one of the 90 picks they have to get Capella or somebody who could actually play a little bit more for them. I had them on my list for subplots for the last 30 games because they're 3-8 in their last 11, 18th in net. They dropped to 35 and 21 for the season, and they're a 5 seed right now. But like, if I'm Golden State and I'm 5 losses back from them with a bunch of time left, I feel like I can catch them because I thought Houston was overachieving with some of the stuff that was happening to them the first 2 months. The league, their conference is getting better. Clippers are better. The Lakers are better. The Warriors are better. And I don't know if they're going to stay in the top 6. That would be my pick to drop out. What do you think?
I was looking at some of that schedule stuff in the expanded schedule, where if you look at games against teams 500 or more, which we've already gone through the record stuff, but Denver's played 26 games against teams with that, and
Yeah.
Houston's played 35. So scheduling-wise, it's been a little unlucky. But then when you look at the remaining schedule stuff, I mean, it's the top 3 most difficult remaining schedules. It's Phoenix, Denver, and LA. Houston's like down at 18. So it should, because of that number and the record I told you about, it should even out. Like, I can't wait to
And
see
Van
what
Vliet
LA
comes back.
does. Yeah. Tari missed the game. So, you know, I'm not putting a ton into the Utah loss. I put way more into the Minnesota win.
Because that's one of the subplots that's left is who are the 10 teams going to be, and more importantly, who are the play-in teams going to be, and then how can you avoid that 8 spot where you have to play OKC in round 1, which would just suck no matter who you are. You know, it does feel like Phoenix is going to drop out, and we should talk to them. We'll talk about them. They're 27 and 29. They have 3 more wins than your Portland Trailblazers, your favorite team. They're 6-9 in their last 15. They're 19th in net. I know you talked to Goldsberry about this on your pod on Friday, but I sat at that game with Goldsberry, and the Suns were absolutely alarming in person.
Give it to us. Give it
There's
to
no
us.
other word
Body
than.
language, Bill.
Oh my God! I mean, we were pretty close to the
Hello?
bench, so I could really
What's up,
watch
dude?
it. It's
What's
they were
going on?
talking to each other.
I didn't know you were going to be out today.
You know, you judge certain
Yeah, I
things.
didn't know I was
how
either.
many guys get up after a big play on the bench?
I hope
what are
everything's
guys
okay
doing
for
during
you.
timeouts?
This
What
day
happens when the
was a
star
bit,
player walks by his coach?
I wouldn't say too hectic,
Does
but
he acknowledge him?
Tell me about it.
I was in like a troubleshooting call with AVPLM for like 3 hours.
About what?
So at first it started with DNS record wasn't resolving to the right place. I increased like the TTL, and then I thought that's
You
what
should
fixed it.
decrease it if you want it to replicate faster.
All right, well, I made that mistake, but I increased it, and then Ghost said there was a duplicate zone in NDT1, TAC 53, or one of the zones were messed up, and he deleted it and then took down the TTL. So I think that fixed the issue for external, and then on internal, within their space, they weren't actually able to connect to their site, which was just instance to instance, I guess, communication, but they weren't able to connect. And I was like I was trying to look for like hours trying to figure this out. I wasn't seeing any traffic between the two servers. I was like, what's going on? And then Mike looked at the iRule, and the iRule that they had was disable the access policy for this range, but not the other ranges. And he was like, well, because the access policy isn't being executed or initiated, that's what's causing this issue, this authentication failure. And I was like, oh, I would have never caught that. He was like, yeah, it's all good. The rule is fucked up anyways. It's all, not fucked up, but just complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I still got texted a bunch today, so it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But it happens, I guess.
It's all part of the job.
Something like that. I did this backwards.
Guess what Marcus said in the chat?
What?
Hey, sorry, every Monday through March 10th, I will be gone for appointments from about 1 o'clock until 5 at the latest, depending on how long they take. It's like, jeez, brother.
Yeah, you probably still get off at 2 on Friday, though. Be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get to sleep till like 3 in the morning, and I've been feeling obviously not well for like a week now, so I'm like, God, my baby's gonna come here soon. I just need to be tip top for that. And the fucking world is trying to make it so that I'm not.
Well, you'll have that parental leave, so hopefully you'll be good.
Yeah, I mean, it's just 2 weeks. So,
You're still fine to nothing.
yeah, I might take a extra month and a half off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come back and not know anything that's going on.
Forget every password, everything's just deleted.
Yeah, I actually need to email the server guy about that and have them put my account on hold until I get back.
People been sitting at our cubes in the morning.
Yeah.
I walked in, on some random dude sitting on my seat. I was like, I sit here. He's like, oh, my bad. And they moved his stuff.
Okay. Well, that's cool. I'd love to hear that. I guess I'll have to go in tomorrow.
Yeah, I posted that in the chat, thinking that you were going to be on. I was like, hey, somebody's sitting at my desk, but I mean, I'm not upset about it, but I was like, somebody's sitting at my desk, but I think they went to sit somewhere else in our cube. They went to sit at like Mia's desk. I was like, I'm not upset about it, but I know that you probably don't want to make that the new norm, so I think you would be the one that probably has the problem with it, because you know, you wanted those seats reserved to us, especially since we already had one taken away.
It wasn't taken away, they just moved it somewhere, but it is annoying.
Yeah.
Don't have an antidote.
What are you playing?
Pokemon.
Hell yeah. So far today wasn't bad though. It's pretty solid.
Should probably just log on and go through my emails and stuff.
Oh,
What?
I almost forgot about a migration today. That would have been bad.
Migration for what?
Well, I'm using the wrong word. It's a go live for prod site.
Oh, that good.
Oh. Well. Almost fucked that one up because I didn't even have the cert approved or anything for like the SSL profile. So I had to wait for those guys to give it back to me.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for sure.
Yeah.
Eating.
I don't need anything. I'm just kidding. I mean a panini from Wawa.
Justin, you think I'm fucking stupid? You mean, I'm not eating anything.
I just wanted to lie for no reason, just to make you upset. But I was like, nah, I'm playing.
Great. Let me hit this. Edit. Alrighty. Yeah, right, dude. Whatever. Let me play it. I know Discord sounds right now. It's a little bit pissing me off.
Oh.
I guess I'll come back and do Erica. Be about cheese.
Oh man.
Feel bad for missing work today now.
Why?
Made me feel bad.
I wouldn't. Fuck working. Take your time. Excuse me. Fuck. Alright, let me get this cert ticket.
You're still working. It's 5 o'clock. You're usually off.
Yeah. Well, I got there at 8:30.
Yeah, and it took 9 hours for you to kick that guy out of your desk.
Yeah. Get off at like 6.
Oh, fuck.
Mike was talking to me. He's like, I gotta tell Ashley not to send us. She used an old ticket number to create a meeting for something that she wanted for a meeting in 15 minutes. She didn't it wasn't appropriately scheduled with any of us. She just threw it up in the next 15 minutes using an old ticket. That was when I was at work, and he was like, I gotta talk to her about doing that shit. He's like, I think I just been too nice to her.
Well, they're
I'm
not,
asking if you...
they're not supposed to do that. I've been definitely going through, a lot of stuff, about...
Right, she didn't even coordinate with us, and she had the customers on the call.
Yeah, he didn't have to go to that. So, I mean, if he did, he did, but he didn't have to. Who was it for? One of the worst things about it is this Ghost was hitting me up today too, and it's like, I thought GE respected my days off, man.
Who was hitting you up?
Just some management people, but then also Gosu did, and I was like, come on Gosu, you're not that guy. You're not that guy.
Don't become him.
And he was in a meeting, and he was like, yeah, I'm trying to explain this media or whatever, and I was like, okay, well, whatever.
Yeah.
I guess my thing is, I was being argued, he was kind of arguing with me in text, because it was like, Unix doesn't want this one box to stay in the core that I want to stay in the core as a management box for us, because it's a VM and they have to keep other stuff in and blah, 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 all these reasons. And I was like, alright, fine, then take it out. And then I was coordinate with Mike to put in the decom, and then Mike was like, no, we need that if we keep the big IPs. And then he was like, did we get this? I don't know. He's kind of just arguing with me about it, but then after he talked to Mike about it, he was like, we'll have to see, or whatever, we'll go down. And I'm like, alright, well then why did you text me on my day off? If you're gonna argue with me, but then
Just to check with Mike.
yeah, just
Anyways.
it's also a little disrespectful that I said we needed it, and they were like, do we though? And then
Yeah. It doesn't make it any better, because I don't think I pissed Mike off with this, but I think it made him more upset with Gosu, because I randomly asked him. There was no directive. Nobody contacted me. I was just curious because 3070 was gonna get it's decommed. It's gone. I was like, hey, are we still gonna use that shadow file box? He was like, well, as long as we have this core big IPs, I don't have any plans on it. If we still have stuff that's sitting in the core, I want that to be the very last thing that's taken away from us. And I was like, okay, makes sense. And then Gosu came around asking him. He's like, what's going on with this shadow file box stuff? Where are we hearing this from? And yeah, he was like, nothing against you or anything, Gosu, but I'm not removing those anytime soon. Or at least he didn't plan on it. So yeah.
I guess it's just annoying because
Everyone keeps asking, and then
well, I gave not only did I give Ghost that answer, I told Aaron why we needed it last night. Like, I gave everybody all the fucking answers, but they still keep asking the questions over and over again. And I don't know. Just a little pissed off, I guess.
Yeah, it's
A little bit cranky, I guess you could say.
No, I get it.
Probably actually call Mike and see if anything developed on that such an area.
It's funny when LinkedIn recommends people from your work. Just seeing their profiles hilarious.
I don't like LinkedIn. They don't do any sort of verification if you put anything on your LinkedIn profile.
Yeah. You could be anybody.
Could be. It's accurate. Mike Nicholson phone. Maybe I'll go fuck myself. He might be on a call or something.
Fuck, who messaged me on here? Oh, Mike said that she said she'd be more careful about getting correct info. What does that have to do? What?
I'm sure, dude.
What does that have to do with getting correct info if you're the one sending out the fucking meeting? I just told Mike, I said, she's a fucking moron. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? Fuck, man.
You just burped. Was that you?
Yeah, it's my bad, sorry.
I don't think I've ever heard you burp before in my life. It's kind of weird.
Usually I'm not the one that does. You know? Okay. Now you're making fun of me.
No, I'm not making fun of the way that you laugh, which is a normal laugh.
For being black.
I mean,
I said I didn't, but now I will.
I have done that in the past, and I will do that in the future. I wasn't doing that at the moment, though.
Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, dude, no problem.
Oh, man.
I saw some TikTok drama stuff about some guy who was like selling cars to people. Like he got like this like job at a car place, like somehow like it seemed like really sketchy to begin with. But then he was like going around and selling their cars for like way under what their
For
prices
low.
were. Yeah,
On the side.
basically. And then
For his own personal profit.
he got caught. And that was it's a little embarrassing, to be quite honest.
What, did those people have to return the car?
So he got caught like in the middle of a deal, so I don't know how many times he'd done it before or whatever, but the video that I was watching was him getting caught while attempting to sell like a Raptor Lariat or whatever for like 20 grand below what the place paid for it. So
Was he pocketing it?
I don't know. I don't really know what the scam was. I'm assuming he would, or whatever. Or maybe he'd like sell it to them for like 50 something, like send, like legitimately like sell it so that the dealership got the money, but then have the like truck shipped to like his house and then he sells it on the side. I don't really know what the scam was. They didn't really explain how that's exactly a scam, but
Alright.
you know what I mean? It has to be something like that, right? I would assume.
Yeah. I'm not a scammer,
That's what I'm saying.
so I don't know. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. You're asking me like I should know. Like I'm a scammy boy.
you watched the fucking video. I just.
Well, they didn't explain it in the fucking video, Justin.
Well, then I guess we just don't know, Doug.
Yeah, I guess we don't. I guess we don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I hope you're happy.
I wish I could just say that to a customer. We don't fucking know. That would feel so good. Wouldn't it?
I would say that to a customer if they got like if they got really on my nerves. I would do that.
How would you?
Be like, I guess we don't fucking know. It's like, I don't know. I guess we fucking don't know.
Like with what's her name? That squirter MILF that we were on the phone or on Teams with.
Yeah, I'd say to her. I'd say to her just for fun.
Yeah. I could tell by her voice she was definitely a squirter.
You've told me I'm not particularly interested in her vagina capabilities, to be honest with you.
Neither am I. Do you think it smells like skunk spray?
No, dude, it's probably A1 steak sauce, honestly.
A1 steak sauce.
Some wag,
A1 steak sauce.
some wag.
A5 Wagyu.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm just being real. She's probably
Medium rare.
like it's either that or fucking horrible. Like the girls who talk like that and act like that are either absolute proficient professionals or absolute dog shit like wannabes.
Workers, yeah. The fake it till you make it type of workers.
There is no middle ground there. I don't think we know.
Yeah.
I still need to be Erica. Fuck, let me be her on here.
Good old Christina.
Yeah, good thing you keep reminding me of her name because I would be forgetting it. Because not that she's forgetful, she's very memorable, except for the fact that I forgot her.
The space download is very memorable. I can never forget about that, Doug.
Oh yeah, dude. I know exactly what you're talking about. That shit is funny as fuck. Google space download.
Yeah.
Imagine that was actually the secret to the world, though, and it just downloaded space right then and there.
Yeah. Just fixes everything.
In front of our very eyes, that's what happened. That'd be crazy, actually.
Yeah.
This is wild luck that I'm getting here. And by luck, I mean wild bad luck.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with what's happening here. I don't know if I agree with what's happening here. I don't know if that's the right phraseology for it either.
Yeah. I'm not sure what these guys want, because there's already a cert for this. What the fuck do you want?
What are you talking about?
This guy's asking for a new certificate. I guess I'll just make another one. I don't know. Fuck. I guess I'll just ask what's wrong with it. Just grill them. Why do you need a new cert? Huh? Who approved that? There's already an existing cert that expires in 2026. Dude.
Oh my god, I'm so sick. I'm so sick, I mean, I just have so much mucus in my system. It's disgusting, actually.
Yeah, that's really what makes you sick the most, just having mucus in your system.
I'm waiting for that, like, hard piece of phlegm, you know, to just come up and...
Phlegm. That's what my girlfriend calls it, too. I'm like, what the fuck is phlegm?
Do you really know what that is? I didn't even know I was in here by myself. There was a point where Robert and Tim were both in here, and I didn't know that they left.
Yeah, Tim left like 20 minutes ago.
Fuck, dude. I'm out here like a fucking nobody. I've been made a fool of in front of my friends.
Start on the big IP that expires in 2026, dude. How do I ask this without sounding like a dick?
That's what.
Why do they need a cert? Why they need a new one? Let's see. Is there an issue with...
You should just ask, you just want to just email them and say, just confirming you want a cert separate from X cert that already exists. Like, that's what you're asking for, is a cert, a new cert that is not this certificate. If they're asking for a cert with the same C or with the same C,
It already has all the same shit.
it's the exact same.
Yes.
Okay, then you should say the cert already exists. You don't have to, like, your tonality, if they choose to interpret that in a shitty way, it doesn't matter what words you use.
Uses the cert on the big IP that expires in 2026.
Because you just kind of stomp by.
Matching.
Does one of the stars yell at the coach? Well, KD yelled
Requested.
twice during that game. There was-
Task.
Near the end, the one of my favorites is when one of the stars, there's somebody shooting free throws at the other end, and one of the stars moves to the furthest part of the court,
I
away
just
from
sent that.
everybody, just to go sulk in the corner. That was KD near the end because he was so mad the way they used him in that game. And
All right.
the team played like crap.
I was gonna make another
They were
shirt,
playing
but
all
now I'm
games,
not.
And it is not a team that seemed very happy. And I don't know. I actually we
what
were
is
talking
this?
in-
Are you gonna be on
I
tomorrow?
don't think.
Yeah, I'll probably go in tomorrow.
But it was
I
the
haven't
kind
been in
of
a
coach
couple
who
Oh, you're
was
gonna
like,
be in?
that
Oh,
guy's trying to
shit.
get fired out.
Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff I want to put at my desk so people know that somebody fucking
Great
sits
sit down
there.
out there for the entire first try to get killed by De'Aaron Fox. It was weird. It was a team that was not on the same page in any respect, and seemed unhappy. That was my takeaway leaving for 2.5 hours.
I guess I'm
was
just
unhappy.
gonna.
Yeah, it's not
Close
Buck's
this one
fault
out.
that
Let's
people can't get
got
a little bit of help on cuts. And Durant had a bunch of those. Swiping
Yeah.
late, out of position. And if you don't believe me, podcast that one too. I mean, like what?
Alright, I'll just close out
What do
my
you do?
task.
You know, Durant puts up these numbers, but I mean, there's some
just
stuff.
do a
here,
duplicate.
And look, the worst thing Durant did was tweet that the NHL has loyalty. to
Mike's
other
got a
players,
task on that one.
which is
Just
still
duplicate.
one of
There
the
we go.
dumbest tweets I've ever seen.
Did he do that? When was
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, it was during the whole stretch where it's like,
Remember, these Reese's Big Cups have a layer of chocolate lava, not lava lava.
Alright, have we decided a path forward with this one?
Just a little taste. Don't eat lava. Eat new Reese's chocolate lava Big Cups.
So the path forward was what?
Knowledge.
These guys wanna,
Test. In every GMC Sierra.
like an arena workspace,
0% APR on 2024 Sierra
configuration type of thing, like SSL profile added to it.
savings.
And Mike was like, do you want this on the whitelisted VIP or the non-whitelisted VIP? And then the guy was like, we don't understand the question and
you know,
stuff
when,
like that.
When you look at their whole thing, you know, I don't know, like rebound is usually a number where you see like rebounding decline, kind of speaks to effort and all that kind of stuff. I mean, he's under 5 rebounds a game in February. The crazy thing is, like, some of the other numbers are nuts because the guy can't miss a shot right now. The shooting splits are incredible. Free throw attempts are down the last couple months. So, you know, I don't know if this is, hey, this is part of
I
this
just said
little
that.
decline here with him, but like he still gets his numbers because the guy is so brilliant
I don't really give a
offensively.
fuck.
But like, you know, it's kind of up to you, man. It's kind of up to you to be a part of the solution. here, and they tried some different
And
things,
if I
and they're just not very good, even when they're
Well, you know what
winning
they
games.
unfortunately tried to
Decide.
do is they tried to
If I get
trade
called
him and
out
didn't tell him, and I think that
saying,
was
hey, you're a
the
fucking
detriment.
retard. We already decided a
You know,
path
the way the
forward.
He
NBA
didn't
works.
want-
Like,
I don't think he
okay.
just wanted to be there, man, going back to last summer.
Alright, let's
You think
they want
though, this whole season you don't think
service.
you want to be there?
No, I think there was pretty strong indications that if he could have gotten his preference to go somewhere else this summer.
Interesting.
You don't think so? You didn't hear
I don't
anything?
know. Well, I never know what to believe with Durant stuff, but I'd always heard that he likes Phoenix. But I think it was a pretty unusual move by them to shop him around quietly with the don't tell anyone in a league where somebody's immediately going to tell somebody, and that's how they found out. I just thought that was the kind of thing you do when you're trying to burn the relationship. Well, Luka never found out. Listen, eye test wise, I've been watching Durant his whole career. He's at a slightly different point in his career physically. You can see it. He's as amazing as he is, and we've never seen a guy with that kind of size and shooting and athleticism. He's a little bit creakier than he used to be. You can see it when you watch it, and it makes sense.
Alright,
because he's
there we
been in
go.
the league since 2007.
I think that was a
Since
justifiable question to
2007.
ask.
I don't really enjoy them.
What else do I have?
I
Just a
looked at it last
fucking
year. Remember, we kept
ticket.
waiting. Hey,
What is
I
this
don't care
one?
about any of the
Clark,
stats.
Clark,
The fourth
Clark,
quarter
Clark.
stuff didn't make any sense. It was so bad it had to be an anomaly, and that part of it's been fixed a little bit. But even with last year's injuries and guys missing games, they were 38 and 28 through 56. They're 27 and 20 now after an 8-1 start. They're bottom third in offensive defense the last month. KD's only missed 13.
Damn, it's been 11
Booker's only
days.
missed 3. The Beal bench thing, it doesn't matter because I don't think that dude cares at all. You know, I just
Ryan
don't.
or Charles?
So
Which one are we going with here?
they're just, you know, they
Ryan.
needed those 3 guys.
I
to
call
be
him
trusted.
Charles.
No, I call it Brian. You guys about Brian.
Not to sound like a soccer analyst, and they've rarely gotten that.
The Beal thing was interesting to watch in person because he was in a funk to start the game and wasn't
No way.
really trying hard. And then there was a moment
Like
where you could almost
me
seem like,
to
oh shit, this is on TV.
still
and there's
leave
fans. And then he
this
started trying
ticket
harder.
Open.
But you know, it's an unhappy team. I will promise you that team does not make the playoffs. There's no solution
Okay.
for whatever is wrong with them. And I don't, you know, it's probably the all-time new owner syndrome
about the other one?
example we're gonna have, other than Prokhorov, which I think is number one.
Yeah, just need a
Although
little
Dallas
fresh.
in the running.
5 tickets.
Fair. I'd still
For
think
your
It's
boy.
Prokhorov.
unbelievable.
Fa-
Like I've done this assignment.
see.
If you go through every
Let me look at
ownership
my ticket numbers,
transition,
man. They're probably
the new
low as
owners
fuck.
fuck up so bad within the first 12 to 18 months.
Bye.
Like even Cuban, when he brought it in, and I never forget him being on with
25, not
talking
bad,
about
not bad,
acquiring
not bad.
Grateful Friends. And I remember thinking, like, what the hell is he doing?
Not too
And then
bad.
Cuban
Marcus
just
got
good.
30.
He was
Dang,
good
boy.
after that. I was like, oh,
Look at Marcus.
getting Grateful Friends.
He's
is
leading the
good.
team in tickets right now. Mike has 29.
Well, think about it. If we bought
Barnes
the
has
Pelicans,
15.
Would we just keep the roster?
Thought he was
intact
done doing
for a
work.
year? Or would we just keep
RDT&E
going after
stuff.
dinner every night trying to figure out what our first trade was going to be. I feel like they would be the latter.
I
Interesting.
would be so determined if I owned a team to not screw up in the
Yeah,
first
did you see
18
those
months, just
tickets for
be like,
lift
save it
stuff?
No.
So, I
Like
think
From
it's
today?
better than the Luka trade.
No. A
Because
while
the
ago,
Luka
they were
trade,
talking about
as ridiculous
tickets
and
were like
absurd as it was, and it's going to go down as one of the worst trades.
for
What
hours
is,
to
what
that.
is a wild? You're just saying random things. I don't know what they
Putting
mean.
that aside,
No, like
at least there was a
probably like last
strategy in
week.
place that I
let me see if I can find the ticket number. Not the
strategy-
specific
You don't have to find the ticket number. We don't do anything with
It
lift.
makes sense
RDT.
when it happened. It's indefensible.
Mm,
But they had a plan and a strategy. Prokhorov, his plan was let's spend as much money as possible and do whatever.
If it came to us, it came to us wrongly because I've been explained that we don't.
And
That's
then
RDT
it went on for a
boundaries.
year,
So
and he was like,
don't do that.
no more
Well,
picks
it was
left.
in our queue. I don't
Just
care.
Zag the other way, but now there's no more picks left. I just don't think anyone's
trust
ever
me, I
gonna
won't be
do
doing that. They need to do that.
Two
They need to be like,
strategies.
well,
One was worse than the other, and in this game,
actually,
2 years.
Never Boundary
You
doesn't
just
do that.
demolish
So,
basketball for
yeah,
no reason.
we're gonna send this to you, RDT&E. They were cert requests
A passion
for lift.
and a profession.
That's what it was.
large, versatile space to store both. The all-new 2025 Equinox and Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Well, the fact that he changed course so
yeah.
quickly after he'd already started, like, you know, it's like digging a hole for a house and going, you know what, it should be over here now. No, you can't. I mean, even then, eventually you'd have
Moving
a
the
house.
security
It's
policy
like
from
digging a
task
hole for a
fixation.
street. It wasn't even one
Yeah,
house.
for
It was like
reduction
9
of
houses.
These
Which way do
compare
you want these highways
policies
going?
are just
North,
compressing
south?
odd work
I
like
didn't
that.
realize the sun came that way. I'm out. Let's not do this. Just sell the lots.
Yeah. But the problem
Security
is there's no
policy
single
are they talking
piece that's
about?
stamped. I mean, I guess you could get into the Tatum and the draft picks and all that kind of stuff, but they weren't, like, Tatum wasn't playing for that franchise and having everybody fall in love with him over the course of 7 years. The way.
Fucking
the
shitty ass
reaction-
applications.
Like, I saw a quote the other day on the Luka trade where somebody had said we had underestimated the reaction to this.
Gosh.
Multiple people said that.
What did you think was going to happen? And it just.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, you call me?
I did. I'm not interrupting your day, am
I'm just working.
I? Okay. Well, then, no, I'm not interrupting your day if you're just working, because that's not important, right?
Yeah.
Have you been hit up 50,000 times today about that Unix box?
Yeah. Yeah, people keep asking me, we can get rid of it, and I keep saying no.
Well, so I told Aaron last week that I didn't want to, and he said, okay, shouldn't be a problem. And then obviously I'm out today, which is whatever, it doesn't matter. But then Gosu was texting me, and asking about it, and I was like, we want to keep it. And I just was, I said for like management and testing is basically what I told him. And he was like, okay, and then he came back and was like, well, Unix doesn't want to keep it. Like, they're pushing back because they don't want to keep, like, satellite in the environment and, like, other stuff. And I was like, okay. And then I guess he was looking for a response to that or whatever. And I was like, can we just patch it manually and then whatever? And he was like, well, it's a VM, so they have to keep up, like, other stuff. And I was like, all right. I was like, well, I mean, if they're saying we can't keep it, then get rid of it and talk. I was like, I did tell him, I was like, talk to Mike and just put it in the decom port then, like, if it's, because it didn't seem like it was like, it started off as like, do we need to keep this? And me saying yes, and then him being like, well, we can't. It's basically what it seemed like he was being told or whatever. So I just don't understand what I was trying to see if, like, what the result of this was today.
I don't know where it landed, and it's gonna really fucking piss me off if we have to maintain infrastructure out there and we can't have a management box. No, I don't know what happened with it. If they delete it, that's on them. I mean, I'll have to deal with it, right? That's all I can do.
I guess, but like also at the same time, it's like if I tell them not to delete it, they shouldn't be deleting it. Like, I don't care that it like sucks for them that they have to do their job or whatever. I don't know. And then I don't know. And then I started getting asked about like cyber, like CS sign off on it because it had to be like username, whatever. And I was like, I'm off today actually, so I'm gonna not answer any more questions. But I didn't know if anybody ever circled back around with you about it. But I guess, yeah, I don't know what I was expecting you to say to that sentence. I guess that's kind of really all I needed to clarify. All right. So we just don't know where we stand at this moment. Is that accurate?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay. I'll run it down tomorrow. Then I just wanted to know if like somebody like said something was final or not today, because I obviously haven't been around to hear it or.
yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit there and fight with them tooth and nail. If they have to maintain all these different things just to support this management box, then so be it. It's just, I don't know why we can't have a fucking match. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why we can't just patch it like normally. Just have it go out to Red Hat. Why do we have to have the satellite site? Why do we have to have IEM? Just make it a local user and patch from redhat.com. I don't understand. It's not that complicated.
Well, the username password, like the MFA thing, is like a CS concern. That part is genuine, but nobody was asking that question to begin with. They just don't want to have to maintain anything, you know. All right, I'll run it down tomorrow. You can just, if anybody else comes to you about it, can you just refer them to me, because I don't need information disseminating like in bits and pieces to different people and then not knowing what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Last I heard they were really gonna shut this thing down, which is just annoying as fuck. But
Well, it sounds like
so I can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
We do have a management box in the ENT, just obviously can't talk locally to the coordinator keys, so can't really have a stage to it or hit DCS archives off it or anything like that. I'm sure we could figure something else out, but it's just, if we have to maintain these boxes, I'd rather just keep it.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Can you give me like a quick synopsis of everything that you use it for in particular, like, so I have like a good idea of the benefits that we're getting?
I use it for connectivity testing, DNS testing, and UCS archives. We use it for our shadow file. Pretty sure, let me see, what I'm going to do here. I use it as a jumping point to get to my switches.
Yeah.
I'm just over the switch config backups up here.
That's true. I guess the switches aren't going away, from what I understand. I think that's actually me having not considered that right now. That might actually be all that we need in particular, because I don't think that cyber would generally be okay with us having access to the switches from NMCI proper. That would mean that like generally anybody could go to them.
I can tell you the switch config backups not in options since very late 2024. Early 2024 is when all the tech original stuff happened. I haven't set it up on the new stuff, so I'm really kind of lying about that. Well, I just needed to get the new switches set up for it, but yeah, we use it to store backups, really to stage software, if we get to upload software, sometimes we do it from there.
Yeah.
All it can be done with an NCIC, just, I don't know. Wow.
I don't know. I think I'm just gonna. I mean, not that we really need to talk like strategy-wise now, but I think I'm just gonna go with the angle that like we shouldn't be doing management things just from our desktop. Like admin functions aren't supposed to be performed from your NMCIC. I think that's a legitimate argument. / also, I think that's technically proper, like per what we're technically responsible for. So
it's just another outside of like our PSS, outside of like PIP and switch range, it's honestly just another box that I log into to do troubleshooting from the core. I don't really have it like another box that can do some of the network diagnostics that I do from here.
Oh yeah, I get it, dude. Alright, cool. Well, I'll run that down tomorrow. And then, like I said, if anybody tries to hitch up about it, just refer them to me so that we're going to the same place or filtering all the information to the same place. Because Justin had made me aware that you had been asked about it today, and I was like, I had been asked about it today, and I just didn't know, like, why it shouldn't be this difficult, really. Either way, that's really all I was calling for. In general, I don't want to take up a whole bunch of your time or anything.
I mean, if it has to use all this other infrastructure and then they have to get rid of it, so be it. It just really makes our lives a little bit more inconvenient, especially if we have to maintain these things.
Yeah, I don't know that I buy that it's like that much work for them. I think it's more so that they just don't want to have to remember to do it. Not only that, but they pass most of their patching off to MC squared, so like, I don't. Honestly, I'm not even gonna do all that. I don't give a shit if we inconvenience Unix. That's my stand. I don't care if they're inconvenienced.
Yeah, it sounds like they're saying the same about us, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they're gonna, I do want them, if they are gonna shut it and get rid of it, to swing our storage over. Because I have storage on there. I think I have 100 gig, 20 gig, something like that. And I want that moved over.
Okay. Well, let's see if we even get to that point. But I think I'm gonna go down that path of like, I don't really give a shit that it inconveniences them. Alright, dude, that's really all. Are you planning on playing video games ever again?
I think I play some tonight, we'll see.
Ooh.
I think, this weekend I was just kind of running errands and taking care of shit outside the house.
Oh, yeah. I told, I don't know what I was about to say. I told. Well, we can play. If you're on, I'll play whatever you. I have no allegiance to any game.
No, I mean, I'm not with that again. It's not as other good games. Just like, am I going to look at you right now?
Yeah, you better jump on the fucking computer tonight. I'll murder everyone that you love. That's not true. That was a mean thing to say.
That was actually crazy.
Yeah, that was insane.
You kind of went nuts there.
Yeah, I'll probably never live that down. But alright, let me know if you get them. I'll probably shoot a text out to the little group anyway.
Alright, man.
Alright, dude. Well, yeah.
I've been playing around with this view thing on DNS, and I kind of haven't working. I've got the zones posted on all three, and the initial application works. However, I'm troubleshooting like ad hoc, like dynamic updates that don't seem to be working right.
Okay.
Well, what's that?
I was gonna say, I'll probably have you show me tomorrow then, because I didn't get a chance to play with it at all, so I'm interested to see what you got, as far as, like, configuration wise. Where did you configure it? 2955 or 153?
It's supposed to be 2955, but you get the, I mean, it's really, you just go to the other two, and you create a new sling zone, and under the internal, so you go review internal, then you create a new zone, and then you just say transfer from server, and you just specify 2955, and it pulls in all the records, puts it under the internal zone. But the problem is after that initial pull, I can't get new records that are added to 2955 to show up. And then send my answer to. Whereas, and I know that it works because the external navigation zone will replicate instantly. There's just something I'm missing. But once we get that set up, I'm actually, for the internal view, make everything, I think from 2955 and then add 2955 structure. If that works well, maybe go back again and look at all the external stuff so that we don't have to put it into one place.
Yeah, that'd be dope. Alright, cool. I want to look at that with you tomorrow then.
Yeah, you're good.
Alright, dude. Well, live out your last, like, 7 minutes in the office and go home.
Yeah, man. Sounds good.
Alright, dude. See you.
Alright, later.
So you're Justin. Alright, Justin left.
I'm such a fat ass. I ordered Chipotle for dinner, and then I was leaving Chipotle, and I was like, I really want Wendy's. So I went and got Wendy's.
Save Chipotle for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I really want
I already ate it.
Damn.
I just wanted some chicken nuggets.
I get it. Kristen.
Hello? Ay, ay, ay. Oh man.
piece of cake and some milk.
This is my son's room now. Wow.
I'm going to be real hostile.
Why?
Because then they'll know when I mean business.
And I have a glass room. And I have a glass room. Where the baby go? Was there so many smells in there? Wasn't there anything happening in there? Put it on your desk.
Oh, fuck, dude, my ass is tore up, boy. Oh, shit. Been streaming this whole time. It's pretty bad.